Hello and welcome back to the HRD Summit UK 2020. This is day 2 and this is HRD Live. Now yesterday we got off to an incredible start with a range of speakers including Margaret Heffernan, legendary author and entrepreneur. She was talking about the power of collective intelligence. We had Bernard Marr talking about merging tech and human in the role of HR, which is pretty incredible. We also had the likes of Hilary McGrady, Director General of the National Trust. All of that you can expect to see on HRD Connect very soon. But today, we've got a brand new set of interviews. Fresh off the sessions, we'll have Eric Hutchison, EVP and CHRO of the NBA, who'll be talking about creating lasting cultural transformation in your business. We have Liz Elder, Global Director of Leadership Development and Learning of the Lego Group. She'll be talking about supporting new leaders to unlock potential. All that and so much more throughout the day. Remember, throughout you can tweet at HRD Community to stay in touch. You can go on our LinkedIn page, which is also called HRD Community, and stay tuned for interviews kicking off at 9:45 a.m. I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live on day 2, where I'm now joined by the incredible Pedro Angulo again. Pedro, thanks for rejoining me here on HRD
thanks, Michael.
Live. So yesterday, we had a bit of a chat with Sam McNeil from Song Division, but what yesterday really stuck out to you? What did you enjoy? We talked a lot about trust.
Yes.
Right? That was a big factor.
So trust was a big thing. I think when you're trying to create a culture of innovation, collaboration, a high-performing organization, trust is the foundation.
Yeah, of course.
And to make it more difficult, we have a deficit of trust. People, customers, they lost a lot of trust in organizations.
Of course.
They have lost a bit of trust on their own leaders. So rebuilding that trust, it creates a huge opportunity, but it also creates a challenge. And I think those organizations that invest on creating a trusting culture, not only they'll see a reduction of cost because there'll be less need for checking on people.
Right, of course.
It'll also actually deliver a better customer outcomes.
Of course, and within that organisation, then those employees feel like they can bring that entire self to work as well. I'm trusted. I can do exactly as I feel. I can give what I can to that organisation.
Absolutely.
But so today, then let's look at today. What looks exciting? What are you looking forward to?
So there were 5. But there are so many good things, right? So as I said yesterday, for me the difficulty is about narrowing where do you go to. But there were 5 things that really attracted my attention. The first thing is a session on selecting and developing diverse talents. So going back to your point around, in order to become a more creative, innovative organization, we have to tap into diversity. We have to tap into different energies, different ways of seeing the world. How do we go about it, and how we use technology in a cool way to attract the new talent, the talent of the future. So really looking forward to see how can I learn from that session around the new technology that is out there to attract and develop diverse talent. So
it's one of the
really
biggest challenges, I think, you know, as well. You have diversity on the one hand, and then trying to figure out how on earth does tech play a part of this, because it's going to play a part in it, right? There's nothing you can do about that. How do you combine those to make the most of it?
Absolutely, and what we find as well is that attracting talent is hard enough because you're competing with a lot of people. Particularly in Ireland, we have a small enough pool talent, so we have a lot of people competing for the same people.
Nice.
And that makes it even more difficult. So the ability to attract the right people is challenging enough. But then once you attract them, how do you create a really good, engaging experience?
Right.
So that you keep them engaged, and then when it gets to selecting them, they actually say, yeah, they are the ones I want to work with, as opposed to somebody else.
Yeah, of course. Fantastic. So what else then? So we've got diversity and talent. Is there anything else out there that you're just dying to go and see?
Yeah, so the other piece that I thought it was quite interesting is navigating the workforce of the future. So I was thinking about that in terms of my own context, and we now have 5 different generations at work. So we used to think that dealing with millennials is a difficult thing. Well, dealing with centennials is going to be difficult. So we have now people working for us that are on their 18s, 19s, 20s, very different.
Totally different mindset and approach, different expectations as well.
And the way we create an employee experience will become very different because they see the world differently, and we need to tailor our employee experience to them. How do we do that when you have people my age that probably see the world very differently? So what I was thinking is about how do we even co-create with centennials and millennials? How do we do maybe a hackathon? How can we do something so that they help us create an experience that actually really meets their needs,
Right.
as opposed to what we think their needs are.
Have their input into creating that experience, right? It makes so much more sense. This kind of chimes with something we were actually talking about before around learning, right? How to reinvent learning in organizations. I know this is something that you care about quite a lot. Like, how do you nail that? Is that something that you're looking forward to seeing today? Is that something you expect to see?
So there's a session around reinventing leadership development. So that's probably the one I'm going to go to.
Oh, fantastic.
From our perspective, the biggest challenge that we have is to get anybody for even half a day off work to do any development. To the point that we are playing around with micro-learning, with podcasts, with live streaming like this. It's just becoming more and more timely, on demand. With a view, I think at the moment what our approach is give something, almost like little seeds for people, and make them curious about something.
Right.
And then say, well, if you are interested on this, here is where you need to go to get more.
Fantastic.
I think if you give somebody, a whole day, it's very hard to give people a day for
Exactly,
a day.
right? No, I know that very well. Finally, before I let you go and explore the rest of the summit, is there anything you'd like to say to everyone watching? One note of inspiration from Pedro Angulo. What should people who can't be here take away from the event?
Listen, that's a great question.
Threw it on you there.
I'll go back to my father. He was he didn't go to university, but funnily enough, he created on me the passion for ongoing learning. He always said to me, Pedro, learn. It doesn't matter what it is. Read from Mother Teresa to Karl Marx. It doesn't matter. Just be curious. Read about everything. Read about anything. Pick up the good bits of everyone. Pick up the good bits of everything.
Right.
And then create your own thinking, your own view of the world. So what I would say to people, I say, look, I think that the real leaders of the future, the real successful people of the future, are those people who are able to reinvent themselves by learning, relearning, unlearning. And that's going to become another thing, how we unlearn some of the old habits and behaviors.
Hugely important now.
And create new ones.
Wow, that's fantastic. What an amazing note to another. Pedro, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned, guys. 9:45, Eric Hutchison will be here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Eric Hutchison, EVP and CHRO of the NBA. Eric, how are you doing?
Very good, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. You've just come straight off stage, right?
Absolutely.
So how was it up there? What was the state of play? How did it go down?
It was great. A good 200 plus people in the room.
Wow.
Had a really good conversation about values and leadership. And
Fantastic.
engagement and commitment and all those great things. It was really, really good.
Wow, okay. I mean, that sounds like a huge amount in one session.
30 minutes, we packed it.
Oh my goodness. So like, what was the general flavor there? What were you trying to tell the audiences? What was the message?
You know, what we were talking about is how to have lasting culture change.
Right.
And in lasting culture change, what are the real ingredients to make it happen? And some people think that culture change is about telling people what to do. And my proposition is that culture change is really about experiencing something different.
Right.
And giving people a different sense of what it's like to be there, and then suddenly the culture changes over time.
Right.
The other thing that we talked about was the fact that no one person can make change happen. It has to be what I call exponential impact. Every leader impacts a small group, and when that collective comes together, you have change.
Wow. So in an organization, say, where they're just really struggling to make that change, they just have no idea. How do you get that started? How do you make that exponential change? What's the kickoff point?
Well, usually it's a leader.
Right.
And I was talking to a group afterwards, and they said, you know, we have a leader who is maybe a little bit more of an introvert. So they're not that person that's the big booming voice that says, this is north, everybody follow me. And what I was trying to explain is that there's three different kinds of leadership. There's leading from the front. Yes, there's those of us that are big booming and we stand up in front and we say, this is north, follow me, and everybody goes.
Yeah.
There's also leader as coach. Sometimes the best leaders sit side by side with their teammates and just give them examples and then lead by example. There's lots of NBA players who lead by example. They're not big boisterous voices, but they lead.
Right.
And then there's also what I call the guiding hand. Sometimes there's the quiet leader that's in the background, just making things happen. People don't even know they're there sometimes, but suddenly the door opens and I have no idea why. That's that leader that's in the background clearing things. So you don't have to be the big leader in order to make change happen.
Sure.
What you have to be is committed.
Right.
And you need a leader with a commitment that they want the place to be different, and then to begin to act different, and then to get the groundswell. And before you know it, you have what I call organizational inertia. The place just starts to move.
Right. So it seems like you're saying there's all these different kinds of people. How do you tap into what's great about those people? Is this a cultural change that needs to take place first before you can say every single kind of person we have has value? What needs to change first before you can make that happen?
Well, first your perspective has to change because you have to actually believe that every single person has value.
Right. Okay.
And when you talk diversity and inclusion, oftentimes what we think is, again, that we can just say it and suddenly it will be.
Of course.
You have to actually be it. You have to believe that every person in the place has their own value.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I said on stage is every one of us has greatness in us, but not everybody deserves to actually have our greatness. So if you think about it, if you worked at an organization and you said, I'm proud of the company I work for, I'm proud of the people I work with, I'm proud of the work that I get to do, and I'm pleased with the value that I give and get, suddenly now you're committed. And if every person in the place were saying yes to those 4 questions, the place will move on its own.
Incredible. Lastly, Eric, for those who aren't lucky enough to be here to enjoy the session, if you could give one tip maybe to those people watching who want to make this kind of change that you're talking about and just don't know how to get it going, where to start, what would be your one top tip maybe just to change that mindset?
Well, the late, great Kobe Bryant said it at a session that I was at. He said, just start.
Wow.
Just start. Sometimes the change just has to happen because somebody decides they want it to and they begin.
Right.
And if each individual begins on their own, then we can sort of create the systemic change that we sometimes want to have. But real change is organic. Real change happens one individual at a time. So what I would say is if there was anything that I would tell leaders is don't think so much, just start.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, actually, Live. I really appreciate it, Eric.
Thank you for having me. It's been really great.
Fantastic. Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Liz Elder of the Lego Group. Liz, how are you doing?
Great, thank you.
Wonderful.
Great to be here.
So, what will you be sharing with the audiences today?
So this afternoon I'm talking about the culture change program that Lego's been put out to shift the mindset about leadership, so how we all think about leadership in Lego.
It's it seems like a huge change to try and take place, to think about like how you transform your leadership. In terms of how you got that going, then, like, where did it start? How did you start moving that transformation?
I guess it was a couple of years ago. The Lego Group's been going through a kind of shift in terms of strategy. We had a new CEO come in, and it was time for a fresh start to bring something new to the organisation.
Right.
And obviously, like a lot of other businesses, thinking ahead to what's going to be required to still be sustainable and have strong market share in the future. We recognise we need something new for all our employees.
Wow. So, I mean, for people watching who can't join the session and they're thinking about making that change, is it a mindset thing that needs to change first of all? Is it a culture change? Where does that take place?
Well, for us, the shift that we're making is rather than thinking of leaders as just a subsection of the organisation, but rather think about everyone as leader.
Right.
So we believe in leadership for all, that everyone's got a leadership responsibility. So every time someone comes into the workplace, it impacts on other people. So we want to bring that inclusivity across the whole organisation.
Oh my word. And so how does that work then? If you want everyone to be a leader, is that a learning thing? Are you changing everyone's mindsets on quite a granular level? How did that take place?
It's more about the behaviours that people exhibit on a day-to-day
I see.
basis.
Okay. Right.
So, and we would expect that from everyone, not just a subsection of our population of employees. So that's the kind of mind shift and the behavioural shift that we're looking for.
So, as I said, for those people who can't be here, if you could give one tip, maybe, so if you want to get this started, you have no idea how to start, what would be your kind of top tip to get going? It's quite a tough question. It's just
quite
like
a tough
one
question.
thing.
One thing, I would say, make it an organic movement, create a community across the organisation and do that from the grassroots up.
Amazing, Liz. Thank you so much for joining us in HRD Live. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned, guys, for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Aidan Lawrence of HP Inc. Aidan, how are you doing?
Very good. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Thank you so much. So, for those people who can't be here, what were you sharing with the audience this morning on stage?
I think the key summary of it really is we're at this inflection point in our organisation right now as we look to the future of work, digital skills, future human skills. We need to create a whole new ecosystem for learning. So we're just at this point of this realisation that we need to create a blueprint for the next 3 to 5 years. Right. And from a point of view of how we architect learning in the organisation with our learning culture, our employees' learning experience, and the systems and tools we have, we have to pre-plan that and architect
Yeah.
that out. And that's basically what this story was about this morning.
I hear a lot about how learning is such a challenge for so many organizations now, because it is about kind of introducing it into the day-to-day in some way, creating part of your mindset at work about learning, kind of make it more central. Was that a challenge you found? How do you make that more of a kind of cultural mindset, a learning mindset?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge for every organisation. And I think the thing we're trying to cultivate, it's hard to say, we're going to cultivate learning culture. That's just too big. What we're trying to cultivate at a simple level is we want to have curious people.
Of course.
We want to encourage people to be curious. We want to reward curiosity. Because the more people are curious, the more they want to find out. And then the old adage you say, if you know more, you'll care more. If you care more, you'll contribute more. So we're trying to really feed the curiosity a little bit, create a little bit at times, curiosity, but also encourage and reward, and find ways that allow people to be easily curious.
Wow. So on the flip side of that, I suppose, there are certain, like you said, skills that you need to start to, in general, in the workplace. Is that mostly digital skills? What is it that your focus is around there?
I think it's both. So what we can kind of predict about the future is, look, we're going to live more in a bionic world, where more things will be automated and be digitized. But on the other side, we're going to live in a much more human world. And so the skills we have as humans will differentiate us from the bionics.
Right.
So what we're starting to figure out right now is saying, how do we double down and invest in the human skills? Because that's what will differentiate the experience for our customers. That's how innovation happens. That's how we solve problems. So the human skills are the things we need to double down on, because we know that some of the technology skills we have today, some of the task skills, will be replaced ultimately by technology. So that's the kind of, I'd say it's a balance, it's an equation, both sides, we've got to feed both sides. Right?
Fantastic. So finally, for those watching at home who can't be here, if they're struggling to make this change in learning in the organisation, like they really want to get it started, having the faintest idea, what would be maybe your top tip to get that going off the ground?
It's
a big question.
It is a big question, yeah. There's so many places. Look, I think that, okay, one little secret I would give people, right? There's an urgency to do this, okay? And you'll struggle to articulate that urgency, maybe much more a learning development, but take it up a level. I would encourage people to go and look at things like sustainability indices. Right. And a sustainability index is something that's measured by a third party outside your company, like for instance Dow Jones Sustainability Index, EcoVadis Sustainability Index. What they're measuring there, and they're asking companies participate in this, where you measure the effectiveness and the strength of your human capital development investment. Because it is a predictor of where your business will be in another 3 to 5 years. So I would encourage people to start thinking about sustainability indices, start to explore those, because they're going to help you build the type of conversation you need to have your senior leaders about investing in development as a predictor of future strength for your business.
Wow, fantastic, Aidan. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Nabel Crowhurst of Roche. How are you doing, Nabel?
I'm good, thank you. Really good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, what have you been sharing with audiences today at the summit?
So we were talking this morning, myself and a couple of other people from some interesting organisations, about balance in the workplace.
Okay.
And actually we talked more about creating harmony. So there's a lot of talk around work-life balance, but we were saying actually it's more about life harmony.
So harmony, what does that mean? Like, how do you define harmony?
Yeah, so I guess the world of work has evolved so much over the last years and decades, with people's expectation of work and also the use of technology, and the idea that we're always on and accessible, and how do we have a decent equilibrium between being able to be flexible and working in the way that we want to, but also still having our own lives and doing things outside of work that we're passionate about.
It's such a huge challenge as well. I mean, I know, for example, stuff like even notifications on my phone just constantly distract me if I've like emails on there. But do you have any particular ways you think are the best ways of trying to establish that harmony? Was there anything you shared in that session which are kind of good points for people to take away?
So one of the things that what I specifically brought up was I find it really difficult to work in organisations where, in one respect, you're trying to encourage flexibility, autonomy, people choosing when and where they work, but alongside it, there's a rigid, what's known as a flexible work policy. And so the flexible work policy for me, I think, is outdated and is what needs to be looked at, because I believe that when you go down the route of somebody putting forward a formal request for flexible work, it's actually counterintuitive.
Yeah,
it
like an oxymoron or something, right?
Yeah, so we had a bit of a chat about that because I was on a panel talk, so we just shared our various experiences in different businesses, but certainly for me, I feel that is something that's not helping enable people to be more flexible and have that harmony that they're after.
So what should replace that, do you think? Is it kind of, so you do want to do away with that policy perhaps, but then if organisations are like, well, okay, what do I do now? Like, how do you, is it a mindset change that needs to take place?
I think it's part of the culture of your organisation. There needs to be a level of guidance, of course. You know, obviously, I'm not suggesting that businesses just go into free fall and everyone works in a maverick way and does whatever they want whenever they want to. You know, there's got to be a level of balance. But I do think we should enable people to feel empowered enough to know that they've got a job to do, they've got work they need to deliver. We should have more of a management style where we are looking at those people's output, and as long as they're delivering their work, it shouldn't matter where they do it from, when they do it, just so long as they're delivering what's needed. And so enabling people to feel that they can take that ownership and make those decisions.
Fantastic. Now, finally, for anyone watching this at home who couldn't make this session and has this kind of idea in mind, they really want to change this kind of relationship between life and work in their organisation, an HR leader or a business leader, and having the faintest idea of where to get started, what would maybe be your top tip for getting things off the ground?
Talk to people. Talk to your business. Talk to your employees. Don't be a HR person that thinks you know all the answers, because more often than not we don't. And we tend to remove one process and policy and put it in place with another. So find out what people want and need, and understand what that is for the context of your business, and then help to put that into practice.
Amazing. Nabel, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned, guys, for more very soon. Hello, you're watching HRD Live. We'll be back in just a moment with more interviews and live updates from the event, but for now, stay tuned.
So can you just tell me a bit about your experience from the keynotes this morning?
I think that Margaret was really impressive in her speech. I think that it's really positive. I have quite extensive experience of attending such events. I think that the most impressive thing was that it was positive. Because these days you have something like safety, psychological safety issues and these kind of things. I think she brought a very good point that psychological safety now is taking a new shape. That's really thoughtful and I think very good input for our job. HR, human resources.
And how relevant do you think that kind of subject matter is to the way the industry is changing?
I think it was extremely relevant. I think that the job needs a new concept, and then she brought a lot of input for that. On the second one, on Bernard, you like?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's more traditional thing like disruption. I would say more in a bad sense of disruption. I think we need more positive things, how the technology might fit to the new concept, how the human beings as labor force can contribute in a new environment, rather than to bump with things like these are technologies that are going to replace, and you need to find your place. You are not you have no chance to stay, to keep status quo as it is, and so forth. So I think that the point was to be a little bit more like relevant to the new concept, how we can get there. This kind of thing. So that's my personal opinion.
Okay, and do you agree with his point that technology and a human touch can be a collaboration rather than one phasing the other out?
Yes, I think so. But we are not yet there, I think. With all AI things, we need first to make sure that the data that we are receiving, they are really reliable. We know how to process them, we know how to rely on them, and this is not yet the stage, to be honest.
Okay. And finally, is there anything in particular looking forward to between now and the end of the summit?
Oh yeah, I think that the technology in HR job is now very important point to consider, to integrate, and I think that we can find some solutions and some good for thoughts for that, and also particular solutions for very practical things.
Right, thank you. Okay, so you have Margaret doing the keynote this morning. How did you find that, and what did you take away from it?
Oh, I thought I was extremely inspired. Really great way to start the day. Very thought-provoking. Really going sort of more at the edge of what we do in the day-to-day. So it really got me thinking about how I should engage with
How that's going to potentially collaborate with the human touch. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, very interesting to go from one edge to the other one. Data being such an important part of what we're doing nowadays, I thought what to me is really how do we rethink the roles that we have currently and how they will change, given everything that technology is going to bring. So yeah, we're still very much of a people sort of purpose-driven organization, and a lot of our things are manual, a lot of our processes, a lot of it's a big call for systems, automation, and so on. And I think once we're doing all that investment, what's going to look like? So it's important to do that in parallel to that process of the concept.
So do you agree with the idea that technology and the human side of things can collaborate in the future?
Yes, absolutely. No, they're not going to run the world. Absolutely, the technology is not going to run the world. And I don't know if we will either. But yeah, if we're not there in it, kind of together.
And finally, just to finish off with, is there anything in particular you're looking forward to today's summit?
Oh, looking forward to connect to some HR colleagues in the field, learn a little bit more about some of the new services, solutions out there. Yeah, have some good coffee as well.
Right, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had two great keynotes this morning. Started with Margaret.
Yeah.
I understand you in that yourself. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me a
Yeah.
little bit about what you took away from it.
Yeah, Margaret was, she's very inspiring, obviously a very, very good speaker. But yeah, just kind of speaking, I suppose, all around kind of creativity and how to foster that, in that it, I suppose it is very complex, but I think it's more around giving people the freedom to go off and wander, I think were the words that she used, because that's when you find out what's going on. I think the main thing that I kind of took from that is that companies need to take that into consideration as well. They need to wander, they need to find out, what's going on, how they can kind of connect with their employees, and then basically foster them to be more creative. I suppose setting targets, setting deadlines on creativity doesn't seem to work, so need to kind of come up with a new method for fostering that.
Yeah, and she seems to place a lot of emphasis on human empathy and understanding, and generally the human side of things as opposed to technological side.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something that's quite topical right now, or something that matches trends in the industry?
Absolutely, yeah. I think especially kind of speaking around kind of teamwork is kind of what she was mostly referring to there, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, just I suppose understanding the other person's side, not being kind of dominant but not being passive. That's where you get the most out of team situations, when everyone's voice is heard effectively, and having more women and more diversity. So I think that's definitely on trend at the moment.
And it's interesting because it segued quite nicely into Bernard Marr's talk, which was about the other side of the coin, really, which is about the onset of technology and how important that's going to be in the workplace. Do you have any particular thoughts on that side of the argument?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the kind of main thing I took away from Bernard's one is, AI is advancing and it does seem scary, but at the same time it's actually going to free up humans to do more, I suppose more of what they love as well. Flexibility was something that I thought was kind of common between both of those. Like I kind of said, Margaret's talking about flexibility for people to go off and be a little bit more creative. I think AI could also help in that. Let the robots kind of take over the work that they can do and can do really well, while kind of humans go off and foster that kind of creativity.
Okay, and would you agree with the idea that technology can be implemented but then can be used to collaborate with a human touch, rather than it just phasing out that human touch all the time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it kind of needs to be. I know. Talking about robots can now smell, or robots can now touch. It is kind of scary, but I think it will be more collaborative, like you say, as opposed to robots just taking over the world.
And finally, why don't we finish off by, if you could tell me what your thoughts are in terms of how important this kind of event is in the industry, in terms of bringing together practitioners, thought leaders, and exhibitors to share ideas and information.
Yeah, hugely important. I think obviously Udemy for Business, we're a learning company. I'm learning a lot just from speaking to people here today, obviously from the speakers as well. I think one of the definite things I'm going to take home at I can't remember the gentleman's name, the kind of MC of the event, his whole thought process around HR should be chief, what was the word he used for it? Sorry, I beg your pardon, I was going to check my notes from the talk this morning. Chief Non-Complacency Officer. Sorry, I think that's kind of something that I definitely take away. Okay. Just trying to stay ahead of things, trying to keep up with trends, and everything's constantly changing, so it's kind of something that's more and more important. Moving on from the Stone Age into the Iron Age, it's not a lack of stones, as he said. It's just trying to keep up and kind of move on.
Yeah, and I guess just finish off. Is there anything in particular coming up over the next few days that you're particularly looking ahead to?
Yeah, I suppose there's actually an event starting in a couple of minutes. It's mostly around learning. Obviously, I'm kind of putting my focus around that, but looking forward to kind of catching up. I think it's more of an interactive session as well, so it'll be interesting to get some thoughts and opinions from the attendees there.
Right guys, so it's the first day of HRD Summit UK. We've had two really engaging keynote speeches today. Kicked off with Margaret and Naomi. Do you guys want to give me maybe a little bit of reaction on how you found it?
Yeah,
So I thought Margaret was very inspirational
Yeah.
as a speaker. Certainly made me think about some of the changes and the challenges. I thought Bernard was very interesting but very scary in terms of I just see robots ruling the world. But yeah, very good speakers.
I guess for me with Margaret, it was trying to get the balance of the scientific management stuff that you have to do in an organisation and that creative bit where you allow people to have some freedoms and how you find that balance. I thought that was really interesting, but she was very inspiring. I liked her stories. With Bernard, what I found interesting about his is he did actually paint a picture of we need to think differently about the jobs. So for me, the key take from that was look at a job, break it into tasks, and work out what you can do as a human and what should be done by technology. So that was the key take for me. But they were really, really good keynote speakers.
Okay. And I think what was interesting about having those two speeches back to back is that the two of them kind of represented the two sides of the coin in the argument, which is between the human touch and technology. Where do you find yourself on that sliding scale? Which side do you lean towards more?
I mean, I think for me, I think I'm probably quite in the middle of it because I'm quite a traditionalist in terms of the human element and getting human beings to do things and keeping us motivated as people, particularly in work but also out of work as well. But I think certainly through the work we've done, the automation and bringing in a more digital approach is certainly something we've been driving quite hard. So we can see the benefit of that, so that the individual is then, as a person, doing the more value-added people-to-people relationships.
Right,
Exactly.
So,
So I guess what you mean is you do think that collaboration element is possible and it's able to thrive in the
Absolutely.
workplace.
We've driven automation hard in our HR function, and it's really reaped benefits because then, as Aileen said, the HR staff can then really add value rather than processing forms. What's really interesting is we're about to merge with another organisation, and we're going to be doing a shared service with another organisation, and they're very different from us and don't have the technology. And they're scared of it as well. So learning lessons from this is going to be really helpful for us.
So you would say that broadly speaking, those keynotes, so you were able to take things away and you would apply
Oh
in your
yeah,
own work
absolutely.
very much.
Okay, and just moving away from that briefly and onto the summit as a whole, how important do you think it is to have this kind of event to bring global leaders together and share ideas and information?
Well, this is my 4th time here, so
It's
so
my
that
third.
yeah,
So yeah,
so
very
that answers
important.
the question. It's very, very important. Yeah, it's really, really well organised actually.
Right, and just to finish off, is there anything in particular over the next few days in the schedule that you're greatly anticipating? Anything you're looking forward to in particular?
I think for me, just the continual experience of the diversity of the different topics that give you the ideas. There's a lot around sort of leadership and skills development for the future in that sort of modern world that I find quite interesting. So I know that that's the area I'm kind of looking at while I'm here over the next day.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Rebecca Edwards from HomeServe. Rebecca, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. So what will you be sharing with the audiences today at the summit?
So really it's a journey that HomeServe have been on to help our people feel more empowered to take ownership of their own career development.
Wow, okay.
We've introduced transparent talent and succession planning, so everybody knows where they are on the 9-box grid and where they want to get to. We've got a suite of career frameworks they can start to plot where they'd like to get to in the end.
Wow.
And a grading structure, so it just means that everyone can have that conversation about where they are now and where they want to be.
Wow. So what was the reason behind that? Why did you feel like that was such an important thing to introduce and bring in?
It's probably a couple of reasons really. One is engagement survey results. Whilst we did really well, people felt their career aspirations weren't being met largely. And when we did some digging and worked out why, we have got quite a large workforce on the phones, and it's one of those jobs they've fallen into and don't know how to get out of.
Of course.
And unless they're promoted, they don't feel like they're progressing. So it was about helping them understand how they could take ownership and what they could do about it.
And then how does that ownership work then? Is it a cultural mindset change in your business that you wanted to create, or is it kind of focused on the individual? How do you create that?
Yeah, culture was the big key thing really there. It was around, we have our career hub, so it's an on-site place where everybody can go in and access loads of free information. They can get templates as well for themselves. We introduced sort of conversations throughout the year that we would record the data from, as you can imagine, with PDRs and talent discussions, and then we did roadshows and breakfast meetings and supper meetings and things like that.
Fantastic. So for those people who can't be in your sessions, sadly, who are watching at home, who really want to try and create this change that you were talking about, what would be your first tip, maybe your top tip to just get that off the ground, to get it moving?
Sure. You absolutely need buy-in, top, bottom and backwards again. So you need to understand what the barriers are from people and get their input and help them to help build the solution. I could sit there and write it all out for them and it not mean anything, so getting people involved right from the start and getting your exec behind you as well. They need to showcase their career stories to help other people be inspired.
Wonderful. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us in HRD Live. I can't wait for the session as well.
Much.
Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon.
Where do I look?
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Swati Sarangi from Dr. Reddy. Swati, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful. So I understand you've just come straight from your session,
Yes.
right? How was it?
It was amazing.
Yeah?
And what I liked is the people who'd come in, the delegates, full of energy, enthusiasm. It was extremely interactive. I was very happy to share and even learn from their insights.
Oh wow, fantastic. So for those people who can't be here today, what were you sharing with the audiences?
So my topic, Michael, was very interesting. It was about building and developing empowered leadership teams. So the focus is on leadership, but also on teams. And I like that word empowered. How do we give power to teams? And that's the really a sort of a need of the hour today. Because when the world at large, the context of business is getting very competitive and it's getting very complex. How do we make leadership teams get going for the vision and make things happen? Right. That's the ask. And I also spoke about what kind of enabling structures and processes and culture do we need to have in organizations, which will make empowered leadership teams really flourish and contribute in that sense.
Fantastic.
I also threw some insights on the empowered leadership behaviors, which I call by the acronym REACH, R-E-A-C-H. So, R stands for resilience, and E stands for empathy, A stands for authenticity, C for courage, and the H is for humility.
Wow.
What I felt is that when the empowered leadership team exhibits these kind of behavior, they actually perform some kind of a symphony in the organization. You know what symphony?
A symphony, right, like music.
A symphony is like music. So, there's symphony of ideas, there's symphony of energy, there is symphony of creativity, symphony of results. Everything just multiplies exponentially.
Right.
And that's possible because of the collective energies of the team. It's what one leader can do, a team can achieve much more. How do you get them to, sort of envision, execute, enable, and explore, go the full cycle and do things for the organization and for themselves in their journey?
That's fascinating. So, I mean, it's such an incredible idea, that symphony concept, but how do you get that started initially? How does that come around? It seems like these structures need to be put in place that are so different.
Yeah.
Is that something that needs to come from leadership? Is it a cultural change? Where do you think that begins?
I think for me it's like this, in basis of the research that I have done and the practices that I have witnessed. It has to be a revolution which is both in terms of practices and the culture. For example, you need to have a structure which is more networked so that people are able to collaborate better. That is more enabling. You also need to reward, say, teams more than what you reward individuals. That is a process that you need to put in place when you're looking at talent management. When you're wanting to fill critical positions, you need to look internally and people from other businesses so that you don't look at silos but as a system approach that the organization or the enterprise is. That's another process that you need to put in place. At the same time, it has to have a lot of cultural variables also which has to be there. For example, the leadership or the top management in that sense has to empower. Empower not just the ones who hold positions but across levels. And that's why for me I say leadership has to be a credo which has to be lived and valued in the organization. A lot of focus on vertical as well as horizontal alignment has to happen. And that's important because very often we focus on the vertical, which is a cascade. This is an organizational goal, what is it that you need to do? But when you're looking at an empowered leadership team, you also have to look at the ripple effect. And by ripple, I mean that how does your work impact the other departments or the other people? So you have to look at what kind of ripples that you create. So when you're focusing both on the cascade and the ripple, you're making a systemic shift in the way you think. And your perspectives also need to change. And the new kind of an organizational culture is created. So all of this happens together.
There's so much to take in there. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But for those watching who can't be here, as I say, if you could give one tip, maybe one top tip, just for getting that change started, what would that one top tip be?
I think for me, the top tip would be that in today's world, the empowered leadership teams have to do a balancing act between two roles. They have to be curators and connectors at the same time. It's difficult, but yet possible. Creators, as in going for the great ideas, creating the vision, creating the enterprise, creating all that, but at the same time taking people along. So they have to connect, they have to build connections, they have to build collaborations. So the creator connector kind of a balance is one thing that I would recommend. And secondly, I would say more power to teams. So the focus should be on power to teams, so that becomes the success for organizations in the years to come.
Wow, Swati, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live.
Thank you so much.
Stay tuned, everyone, for more very soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Dina Alvarez from Everest. Dina, how are you doing?
Good.
Fantastic, wonderful. So what are you sharing with audiences today at the summit?
I'm going to share our employee experience project.
Okay.
So that we have run here in Everest, UK in the last year. It's a transformative experience. So we started 1 year ago by doing a huge internal and external research in order to understand deeply the needs of our employees.
Wow, okay.
We create a personalized journey map, and we create experience in each moment of the journey.
Wow, okay, that sounds fantastic. That's
yeah, it's amazing.
So what made you want to do that in the first place? Why did you decide to conduct that research? Because it's such a huge undertaking.
Because I don't know if you realize that I am not British.
What? No way. That's crazy.
So yeah, I decided to conduct research in order to understand this context, the British context,
Oh, wow.
and the needs of our British employees. So yeah, this is why I did the research, and I found that we need to create positive experience. We need to make our people feel special, and not just in the recruitment process, but along the journey in the organization, during the stay on our organization.
So did you find that, like, just out of interest in that, like, the British people, there was anything particularly different to, say, Spain in terms of how we operate? Was there anything surprising in that research?
I think that my main surprise was the bad experience they have when they decide to leave the company. So in that moment, they feel like traitors. It's like, if you leave the company, you leave it forever. So it's like, it shocked me, because these people could be our clients, our customers. These people could be our candidates again. So it's like, why they feel so bad when they decide to leave. So yeah, this was my first
fascinating. So for those people who can't be here to enjoy your session, and they really want to kind of enact this change that you're talking about and take that on, what would be maybe your top tip to get them going off the ground, the first thing that they should do in thinking about it?
Make your people feel special and empower them with an inspiring leadership and with the tools that they need to write their careers.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us in HRD Live. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned, guys, for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Julia Richards from Cognition Education. Julia, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. So, what are you sharing with audiences at the summit today? And your talk was earlier, is that right?
That's right. It was about half an hour ago.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, not very long ago, so it's quite fresh in my mind.
Wow.
But so the story I was sharing today is work we do at Cognition around teacher attraction and retention, and specifically a program called Transition to Teach.
Wow. Okay. So, what was the impetus behind that? Why is this such an important thing to be
Okay,
talking
so
about?
Transition to Teach is a program that aims to attract career changes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we go to employers and we work with employers who may be restructuring, or they may have people who are accepting early redundancy, and we work with those employers and offer support to employees who may be interested in transitioning into teaching, into a new career in teaching.
Wow.
And the support we give really is wraparound support over a full 2-year period, so that we take people on a journey, because people who have had previous careers have a wealth of experience, a whole bag of skills, transferable skills, leadership skills, business skills that they can actually take into the classroom, and they can be real ambassadors for their sector as well. So not only can they infuse their students with the sector they've been passionate about and worked in, but they can also bring all those additional life skills and bring the training to life for young people, and potentially help talent move into their sector.
So how does that operate then? Because I think it must be so daunting, I think, for some people to try and transfer those skills. Is it about coaching them? Is it about helping to understand their potential? How does that work?
It's a really mixed bag approach. So we offer a completely flexible approach to this. What we do is, firstly, we'll engage with individuals and see if it's even of interest to them. If it is of interest to them, then we have to check that actually they have the right qualifications, because there's certain entry criteria that you need to meet. So they have to meet that entry criteria before they can then progress to the next stage, which is quite daunting for some people, because they have to go back to education and they have to do a PGCE, so a master's level qualification in teaching. That alone, for somebody who hasn't been in education for many, many years, can be challenging. Stepping out of a job and a profession where you've earned a big salary and you've been quite senior, and going right back to basics into a classroom, so the bottom rung, in a way, of the ladder of a new career, the drop in salary, all of those things can be barriers to entry to teaching. But we will support individuals through coaching, through doing Hogan assessment, through signposting them to where they may be able to get bursaries, to identifying the best route for them to go down in terms of teaching, and whether it's primary or secondary. And we'll work with that person and be a support right from the beginning, right through a whole 2-year transition till they come out the other end as a newly qualified teacher.
So for those watching at home who couldn't be in your session, our audience is HR leaders, business leaders, and maybe they're thinking about this kind of change, thinking, how can I help my people? How can I help them to, if they want to make that change? Or even, in other ways, it might be transferring skills in a different direction, but, in a similar way to what you're talking about with teaching. What would maybe be your top tip for those business leaders who want to help their employees in that way, in the way you talk about?
Okay, so my top tip would be to come to Cognition Education and see if we can support you with supporting individuals who may be transitioning out of your business. And that's really key to us, so that it's a government-funded program, it's completely free, there's no cost to it, and ultimately we are just there to support businesses and support the workforce into having really good careers and using their skills and becoming teachers and helping the next generation of people come through.
Wonderful, Julia. Thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Sherry Torres. Sherry, thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So, for those people who can't be here, what have you been sharing with the audiences here at the summit?
I have been actually talking about having conversations worth having.
Okay.
In the present environment that we're in, and both keynote speakers yesterday spoke to the idea that we're no longer in an industrial revolution. We're in the fourth industrial revolution, and that it requires kind of a whole different way of understanding organizations. And instead of seeing them as entities that are fixed, and if you get it right, you're good.
Yeah.
It's seeing organization as hubs of conversation and improvisation, and that you can't orchestrate and make people efficient. You have to have systems and ways of communicating that allow them to evolve and co-create and engage.
It's a huge subject. Yeah. What was the impetus behind that, talking about it? What made you think this is something I need to share with the audiences?
I've been working in the area of appreciative inquiry, which is one of the most widely used and effective organization and systems change approaches.
Right.
And it basically has two simple practices that guide communication. One of them is generative questions and the other is positive framing. And so if you engage in conversations where you are talking about what you want instead of what you don't want, and if you're asking each other generative questions, your conversations are going to move you towards where you want to go. They're going to open up understanding, connection.
Wow, okay, so it's a fascinating concept and idea, and I can see how on an individual level you might think, okay, I'm going to start framing things this way, but when it comes to businesses then, for the HR leaders, the business leaders watching this, how do you integrate that in an organization? How do you start to build that?
It depends on what the focus of your conversation is, right?
Okay,
so whatever the problem or the issue you want to address, it's looking at, instead of focusing in on the problem, because if you talk about the problem, you're just going to get more of the problem.
Of course.
So you talk about what is it that you want to have. So for instance, if you've got low performance, what you want is high performance. So instead of studying low performance and finding the root causes of that, which will tell you a lot about low performance,
sure.
You study and you ask questions about high performance. When have we been at our best? When have you been performing at your best? What was that about? What were the conditions that made that possible? What do you value about yourself, your colleagues? And now you're studying what you want to grow.
Of course. It's funny you say that, because we do spend so much time identifying problems instead of thinking about solutions. And it's funny, that example of low performance. I mean, we've all been in that scenario.
Yes.
Okay, why do I feel like this, as opposed to when did I feel better than this?
Yes, exactly.
But for those people watching, those HR leaders, business leaders who are inspired by this kind of thinking and want to start using that in their own lives, the lives of their businesses, what would be maybe your top tip, your number one kind of jump-off point for them to start implementing this, to start thinking about it? How should they get going?
If they know nothing about appreciative inquiry, I would actually either recommend reading our book, which is called Conversations Worth Having, or go to our website, which is conversationsworthhaving.today, and they can download an executive summary of the book, which will give them what are the practices, how do you use them, what are the principles, and a couple of stories. And then the free conversational toolkit that they can get has a whole bunch of example generative questions for them.
Fantastic. Sherry, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Meg Headley from Atticus. Meg, thanks for joining us.
Not at all, thank you.
So for those people who can't be here, what were you talking about in your session today? How did it go down?
Yeah, no, it's good. It was a really interesting session. Lots of nodding, lots of engagement. So I hope the messages landed.
Plenty of nodding.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So the essence of what I was talking about was thinking ethically within your organisation. I think there's always been a bit of a dichotomy there. People think profit is one thing and doing something useful is completely divorced from that.
Yeah, right.
And the message for me was, actually as HR people, let's get our heads above our HR stuff, above the operational piece, look outside of our businesses and think about what's really important to society and how we reflect that in how we think, how we lead, the products we make, and how we reflect that to our clients and consumers.
So it seems like it seems like a tremendous change, like a huge thing to implement. But how does that transition work then? Because I mean, as you say, there is this idea that it's like you have, okay, maybe we'll have a charity that we'll donate to, and then we have our business.
Yeah.
How can we bring this to?
So I think the key is, historically, when people have started to try and do something useful and have a social impact, it's been quite tactical and short term. So as you said, a lot of people will pick a charity of the year initiative, or they'll do something like that. But the trouble with that is it doesn't always align with purpose, it doesn't align with the skill set of the organisation, and it hasn't got a commercial edge to it. Whereas actually, if you can put it in the core and centre of your organisation, it protects your reputation, it builds your reputation, it creates trust with investors, with employees, with potential employees. So there's a huge commercial reason as well as an ethical reason for really understanding and putting ethical thinking at the heart of your organisation. And that's as much to do with leadership and great leadership as it is about anything else. And it shouldn't just be externally facing. So having those partnerships and doing something, having a social impact is really important, but making sure that as HR people we're reflecting that in the way we look after the people within our business as well is really important.
So that, I mean, you somehow anticipate my next question. So like,
you can pay me later.
But, I will. But like, for HR people then, like, how does that work in terms of your relationship with your people? How do you start that change, that movement?
Yeah.
From an HR perspective?
Yeah, so I think it depends where it comes from, and the key to all of it is you have to have your board aligned first. There's no point trying to do any of this stuff if your board don't understand the commercial benefit of starting on this journey.
Right.
So the first thing that we always do with our clients is make sure that the board completely understand the commercial benefit of thinking in this way and thinking about their CSR or their CR, whatever they want to call it, their social impact. So get the thinking done first, work out what's different about your business, what are you going to add into that partnership, what skills have you got, what's relevant for your product, and where are you trying to get to. So all of that should happen before you even start thinking about who you want to partner with and what that might look like. And that then sets you up for a really good long-term partnership and long-term journey together. And that means if it is long-term, you can immerse all of that thinking in your own internal structures as well. So not only are you reporting about the social good you're doing, but everything internally in HR, your reward mechanisms, your progress, your succession planning, everything around your people is tied to the same end.
Fantastic. So for those people watching, as I said, business leaders, HR leaders who want to make that change, they really want to get it started, but they have the faintest idea
They
of where
have
to
start,
begin.
yeah.
What would be maybe your top tip for just making that change initially or starting to think about it?
Yeah. So I think that the bit we've just talked about in terms of thinking it through is key, but focus. So the SDGs are out there now, and they're a really good hook for people to put their social impact programs onto. You can't be all things to all people, and it's not relevant for your business to be all things to all people. So pick something that really makes sense to you and your brand, and focus on that, and put all your powers and energies into that one or maybe two SDGs, and that way you'll create much more of an impact, and it'll be much more long-lasting. So not a scattergun approach, really focused and long-term.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us again.
That's all right.
It's a pleasure.
Lovely to see you.
Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Tara Mansfield from Monzo. Tara, thanks for joining us.
No problem, it's a pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. So, for those people who can't be here, what are you sharing with audiences at the summit?
So the session that I'm on the panel for is around the work-life balance and how do we think about that as people professionals. And I think largely it's around, does balance even exist anymore, and digging deeper into that.
Okay, so I mean it's a huge question, but why do you think we struggle with that so much these days, the work-life balance? What is it that's making that so difficult?
Again, I think that's like a huge topic, and I think it comes into like different streams around. One, when you think about millennials and Generation Z, we are notoriously the loneliest generation in history, which is very sad, but impacts the way that we work. Yeah, and when you think about most people leave their like family homes and cities and towns and move to big cities to get good jobs, that makes sense. And so when you don't have that inbuilt community, where does your community come from? Work. Right. And then also when we think about the development in technology, when people use tools like Slack, you're never really off. And so the lines become really blurred. If you're a distributed worker as well, your home is your place of work. And so how do you draw those lines and have a good harmony with it?
It's fascinating. And I think there's a really interesting conflict there as well, I think, because so much more now, like especially for millennials as well, like the purpose of your work is so important, how you feel connected to that, but also if it kind of consumes your whole life.
Yeah,
it's
most
so
definitely.
Complicated, right? I mean, I know, for example, notifications on my phone with like Outlook and Slack and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to turn them off. Do you have them on all the time? It's a complicated one. But I mean, for you then, in this session, is the aim more to talk about technology and that role and how we should battle that, or are we talking more about the skills we need to develop in people? Where do you think the secret is here in finding that balance?
I think it comes down to, and I think it's something that we really want to do in the people profession but don't do often, is actually people are individuals, and what feels like, is right for all very rarely is. And we talk about this idea of balance, but for me I think it's more about harmony, and how do we find the right harmony for individuals at different stages in their careers, and also depending on their personal feelings about what the role that work plays in their life. So it's kind of all of it.
So it's everything.
Sorry, it's everything.
Harmony is a really interesting term to use, I think, as well. So when you say reaching that harmony, is that like, how does that look to you? What does harmony mean?
Well, for me personally, harmony is, I very deeply care about my work. It isn't my reason for living, but I care, it speaks to like my personal identity. Yeah, and so 50-50 for me for work and pleasure is not right. Like it's probably more 65-35.
Right.
But for other people, it'll be different. Some people at some stages in their life, it may be 75-25, and for others, it will only ever be 30-70 in that particular way. And I think we need, as managers and leaders, and also as organisations, to be able to speak to people about that, so they can lead fulfilling lives. And then when they're doing their work, they're doing their best work rather than just working all the time because of a set amount of hours that we feel that they should do.
Of course. So for those people watching at home who can't be here, HR leaders and business leaders who maybe want to start addressing that balance in organisations, and they haven't the faintest idea of where to begin.
Yeah.
What would be maybe your top tip or your starting point maybe for those business leaders who want to start addressing that work-life balance in their businesses?
I think I would train my managers to be able to ask the question about how people feel about their own work-life balance, because ultimately it is a very personal thing, and just being able to say, like, you seem to be working a lot of hours. Why is that? And some people might say, because I live for this, I'm so excited. And other people might be like, because I'm feeling immense amounts of pressure. Right. And so helping them either push forward or sort of pull back if they need to. And the next step is around having a really positive culture around technology and setting expectations really clearly. So you've mentioned Slack a lot. I used to have Slack on my phone. I also used to have it linked to my watch. And I'd be, I'd be at home on a weekend with my mum, and I'd see something come through, and someone with the best interest would say, not till Monday. But I wouldn't be able to have that boundary myself.
Of course, yeah. That's such a fascinating point, and I think something that we can all take away from this. Tara, thank you so much for joining us on HR Lab. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned, guys, for more interviews very soon.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Serena Abbasi from M&C Saatchi Group. Serena, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
So, what have you been sharing with audiences at the summit?
So I did start off by saying that they're it's not going to be what they expected, because I was pulled in pretty last minute, as you probably know. So spoke very briefly at the beginning about how we kind of baked our D&I agenda into our business strategy. So, we're actively looking to create businesses with underrepresented groups. But for us, actually, underrepresented could be like white, working class as well. So anyone, because our organisation is there's a strong archetype, let's say. So we just want to make sure we're more reflective of London.
Wow,
so, yeah.
Fantastic. So it's diversity of all different kinds, basically, thinking about what exactly that means.
Exactly.
But for the people watching this, business leaders who maybe are thinking about that kind of thing, but have no idea really how to, as you say, kind of bake that into their strategy. How do you start that up? How do you get going baking it, as you say, into the strategy?
Yeah, I think for us, the way that we're constructed is somewhat different to, so we acquire businesses, but actually a lot of the time we create businesses with people.
Right.
So a lot of the businesses that we actually have within our UK group, for example, are someone within our organisations had an amazing idea, and then we're like, right, we're going to give you some money to make that happen, and we'll basically invest in you for the next few years, and see if it materialises. So it's somewhat different, I suppose, to most businesses.
Yeah.
But in regards to the primary kind of content that I was delivering earlier, I was talking about, in order for us to really understand the barriers that we have within our organisation. Our organisation is essentially just a microcosm, so we need to look at the macro. So looking at the kind of systemic injustices that there are, and how do they then translate in our organisation. So the same barriers to access,
of course,
on the macro are the same barriers to access on the micro.
Absolutely.
So we were just kind of delving into that. We're also looking at post-colonial culture as well.
Fantastic.
So it was pretty diverse.
Wow,
Like,
this is
pun
amazing. It
intended.
reminds me of uni.
Exactly.
Fantastic, post-colonial lit and all that stuff. Anyway, going back to it, but so there's an interesting issue here around, I think, where does the responsibility for that lie in business? Because enacting that change for a lot of businesses is really challenging.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, is it the role of leadership, or is it a communication thing? Is it a cultural change that businesses need to enact? How can that get off the ground? Whose responsibility is it?
Yeah, so we spoke about that. It's essentially everyone's responsibility, but representation is everything. So if the most senior person in your organisation isn't on board, that's not going to cascade down to the rest of the organisation.
Right.
And in order for it to be baked into a business strategy, it needs to come from the top. And so I have to say, we're really lucky at M&C Saatchi. We've got an incredible global CEO who doesn't like global because it's very Americanized. Worldwide CEO, Murray McLennan, and he's just an absolute delight. He totally gets it. And actually, there was a real turning point for us, which was last May. So I've been with the organisation exactly 2 years today.
Congrats.
And thank you. And he and I stood up with each other and we presented to all the CEOs globally. So we had these very decadent worldwide board meetings that happen once every 6 months. And anyway, so in our worldwide board meeting last May, it was just incredible. Just having people seeing how invested he was, and actually him really outlining why this is such a business imperative. Consumers are kind of really putting the pressure on clients, which means they're putting the pressure on agencies to start delivering and being more representative of the societies in which they exist.
Fantastic. So for those people watching, as I say, who maybe are inspired by what you said and really want to get this kind of change going, but haven't the faintest idea of even where to begin, what would maybe be your top tip in terms of just starting to think about it, in terms of starting to make that change?
Okay, well, it starts by, I spoke about this in the talk actually, it starts by listening. So conducting a listening exercise, whether that be bringing in external consultants, like Keris, for instance, like we did, that's run by Frank Douglas, or whether that be creating a cultural committee, but that still needs to come from the top, I believe, where, our cultural committee is made up of our UK chairman, a few other senior people, but actually a lot of people just from across the organisation who have come together to really kind of air their grievances things, but also just kind of share, also best practice as well.
Right.
But I would say the best place to start is maybe bringing in external consultants so they can just have a very nice, impartial ear. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, Serena. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thank you, Michael.
Stay tuned, guys. Some more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by Stephen Robertson, CEO of the Big Issue Foundation. Stephen, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Good to be here.
Wonderful. So, for the people who can't be here,
Yeah.
what are you going to be sharing on stage here at the summit tonight?
I'm going to be sharing some insight into the unusual business model that is the Big Issue magazine.
Okay.
I'm going to be talking a little bit about how that works, where it came from, particularly about the sense of mission and purpose, and then how people who are interested in organisations can take some of those learnings and some of those experiences forward to engage with their employees and their own sense of purpose.
Fantastic. And it's such a big thing now. I keep hearing everyone talking about it. All the interviews today, in fact, have been around this kind of purpose and how do you engage your employees in that way. If business leaders are thinking about, like, I want to somehow enable the purpose of my business to do good in this way, how can they start thinking about that and engaging their employees in that way?
I think there's a few fairly straightforward things you can do. The first really is to do a bit of an internal audit on exactly what purpose looks like at the moment and get a kind of a starting point.
Right.
I think it's really important to engage with your employees in a way that will help liberate them and free them up to think about the things that they're concerned about. Certainly in terms of homelessness, people are unhappy about what they see on the way to work. They're unhappy about what they see when they go out at lunchtime, and unhappy about what they see on the way home. So being able to bring in some of that social purpose into the workplace is actually something that's already in people's minds.
Fantastic.
So the idea of how to kind of harness that is a really important part for for the sort of HR development team and space to think about. The other is just looking at some of the real basics. So for example, in homelessness, it's really important to look at whether or not you've got employees on 0 hours contracts. It's very important to look at whether you've got people who are earning below the living wage, because scarily now in-work homelessness is on the increase. So whilst people think, it's about those people outside, it could well be touching the lives of your employees. So the other thing I would really recommend that organisations do when they do that audit is look at the things that contribute towards homelessness and make sure they're not doing it themselves.
Wow, I mean, I had no idea about that. That's staggering,
Yeah.
in fact. But so the responsibility here, is this business leaders need to take on this responsibility, or is it more reciprocal? Is there more that everyone can do in organisations?
I think it needs to be led from the top because it needs to be taken seriously, and I've had experiences of organisations that do that incredibly well and organisations that feel that it's tokenistic. For those organisations that do it very well, though, they don't see it directly as CSR. They see it about mission and purpose turning into recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
That people are choosing, young people in particular, are choosing businesses with a more wide socially responsible footprint. Okay, you may be a mainstream lawyer, but you also know that, and you're earning a lot of money, but you also want to make sure that the organisation you're working in is doing good and paying that back and has a pro bono scheme and what have you. So I think it's important to lift it out of the sort of CSR space and see it something as much broader and actually a way in which it might be attracting talent to your organisation.
Of course. So lastly, Stephen, for those people watching who do want to start making this change, it's on their mind and they're inspired by what you're saying.
Yeah.
What could be one top tip of yours, maybe one starting point that they can start to think about now to start that moving straight away?
That is a really tough question, and I think the most that's okay, but I think the most important bit is to actually give yourself some time as a management team to discuss that, not have it on the bottom of an agenda or 20 minutes at the end of another meeting that somebody from HR tells you about what mission and purpose is. Right. It's something that you get the senior management team to actively engage in, and maybe get a facilitator in to think about that as well, so that it's something that you're thinking about together. And by sort of giving a person the responsibility for it, in the way that you might give somebody responsibility for facilities, you're actually sidestepping the point, and therefore all senior managers need to be engaged with that. And I would think that session is a good couple of hours of really teasing it out and making some commitments about what you will or will not do.
Fantastic, Stephen. I cannot wait for the session.
Thank
really
you.
inspiring. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolute pleasure.
I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
All right. Thanks, guys, for watching. Stay tuned for more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Kerry Smith from the British Heart Foundation. Kerry, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for inviting me.
Wonderful. So what have you been sharing with the audiences today at the summit during the session?
Okay, so my session today has been on our Live Well, Work Well, which is our health and wellbeing programme, which is about how we have put the wellbeing programme at the DNA of our organisation, which you might think is obvious because we are the British Heart Foundation and we're all about health and wellbeing. But actually, we, like many other HR directors, are kind of grappling with how do you really get people engaged with and taking part in health and wellbeing activities that then make a difference to your organisational measures.
Right. I think a lot of HR leaders and businesses generally find that a really difficult challenge, kind of like combining well-being with strategy and how you operate your business in that way.
Yes.
How did that work for the British Heart Foundation? How did you cement that and get that together?
Well, the good news is we've got it absolutely integral in our company strategy. So the 2030 strategy has very much a strategic goal to improve the safety and wellness and happiness and inclusivity of all our people. But it wasn't that case 5 years ago, where actually we weren't doing very much to support our people in terms of themselves. We did a lot of promotion of healthy ways of living, health and wellbeing, outcomes of our research to people outside of the BHF, but we weren't necessarily reflecting that internally and ensuring that our own people got those messages and took it on board themselves. So we've actually done quite a lot of work over the last 5 years to get people to start to see themselves as ambassadors and advocates of good heart health And so to do that, we've needed people to engage in a number of activities. And we started out by running a bit of a survey, and I was telling the group I was talking to earlier that I had great trepidation of this survey because we were asking people very personal questions I wouldn't even ask my friends. We were asking our staff, like, how much alcohol do you have per week? Do you ever take a break? Do you have breakfast? And how much do you weigh?
Right.
And expecting a bit of a backlash, we actually got the opposite. People took part, they answered these questions, they gave us a lot of information, and we now know, and we're able to track those figures year on year, and we now have what is quite phenomenal. We have an organisation-wide BMI. And guess what? We're overweight.
Wow, it's fascinating, and I think one of the issues here, I think maybe the organisation faces is around responsibility. Where does the responsibility for this lie in business? Who should take that on that role?
Yeah.
Do you think, is it a leadership issue in business that leaders need to kind of champion this, or is it a cultural issue? Where do you think that responsibility lies?
Both actually.
Right.
Because what was interesting for us is we had read our own product that we as a BHF would go out to other organisations and market and sell, and so this is how you look after your people and encourage your people to feel connected. We weren't actually translating that internally. And if you think about how our people, our staff, 4,500, 22,000 volunteers, they are all our customers as well as our staff. So we needed to make sure that they had the information that we were giving to others and bringing that internally. So our leaders had to demonstrate that. I myself took on events, I championed events, and I showed that, I need to look after my health, but I also need to use the insight and the intelligence that the organisation has to make a difference to that. So we worked in tandem with our Health at Work programme, and it was quite an interesting journey because we said, come and help us set this up. Then we thought, actually, we're doing more than you're doing because we've got a huge number of leaders and ambassadors that are taking part in activities. And actually, we're doing more than you're doing for other organisations now. That turned their heads. They joined us. Then it got to a point where actually we needed a bit more specialist help and advice. I know lots of different companies will have their own health and wellbeing partners and providers. I happened to have one in-house that we could use, but that's enabled us then to really take it off. But even then, even with working with a provider, it's still difficult, and you often need that expertise to help you do things. So one of the key areas for us is we kind of looked at our own health and wellbeing, Health at Work programme, and discovered that actually if you're going to make any difference to this, you need to get under the surface and start looking at individuals' health.
Right.
So we started doing checks on things like blood pressure, cholesterol, glucose levels, and weight. And people actually, our staff, put themselves forward and said, I'm happy to have a go. We discovered things, we were shocked. We discovered that people had undiagnosed high blood pressure. Some people had to send straight off to the doctors. They didn't know they had it. We discovered that people were on the verge of getting diabetes, didn't know they had it. And some of these people were quite close. Some of these people we know and are part of those 4,500 staff, but they actually were quite concerned they didn't know it. Yet they've been working for a health organisation for many years and didn't know it. So it wasn't until we uncovered that and used that clinical help and advice that we started to realise there's much more we can do, more advice we can give, more activities, and more targeted and focused.
Of course.
Yeah, and as a result, just to kind of show that it does make a difference to the bottom line, we've seen an increase in our engagement. We've seen a decrease in our staff turnover. So people are staying because they feel more cared for. They think that, they realise that we absolutely do care about people and want to make a difference.
Clearly, there's a clear line there from making that change to the effect then in terms of engagement and retention, things like that.
Yes.
So there's a very, very clear reasons to do this as a business. But for those business leaders and HR leaders watching who want to do that and maybe just haven't any idea of how to do so, what would perhaps be your top tip to just get things started, to start thinking about making that change around well-being in your organisation in that way?
Yes, I think I would say two things really. One, lead from the front. So make sure that your chief exec and your executive group and your HR director are absolutely walking the talk, and they're running events themselves. I did a big kind of fast walk. I'm not a runner, so I did a speed walk instead, and it was called Keeping Up with Kerry, and got a huge amount of support. Our chief exec has done 10Ks and so on. and people have really got behind it. So I think, be that person, be the person you want other people to be, and I think secondly, make sure you've got your health and wellbeing partner the right person. And we're lucky enough to have the BHF Health at Work programme. They can help, but also whoever your partner is, make sure you're getting the best value out of them, and they're helping you look at all the risk factors, because we are the British Heart Foundation, so we know that the risk factors do impact your health, and will determine whether you've got a risk of having a heart attack yourself. Wow. So understand your numbers, as we always say, understand your risks, and get under the surface of those with those initial tests, and provide those for your staff would be my advice.
Fantastic. Kerry, thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live. I really appreciate
You're
it.
very welcome.
Stay tuned, guys, for more very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Jason Fowler and Rachel Marsh from Fujitsu. How are we doing?
Very well, thank you very much.
Fantastic, thanks for joining us. So, for those people who can't be here today, what have you been sharing with the audiences at the summit?
So we've been talking about digital transformation, a term that gets used in loads of organisations currently, and we've been talking about how we need to shift our emphasis from technology alone and onto people's skills and capabilities, because digital transformation we see really as workforce transformation, and people too often are left behind as part of that change.
Well, so how does that relationship work then? How does that manifest itself in work, establishing that relationship between the digital skills and the human side of things then?
So one of the things we've done, and my role as Head of People and Culture, is to really bring the people management skills to the forefront and the centre of what we're doing as an organisation.
Right.
So how we structure ourselves, what we say is important to us and what we put a focus on. So really we've been taking examples of teams, bringing them together to work in completely different ways, where they're doing that learning, that skills development together as a unit, and then going with that experience and effectively experiment as well.
Wow. So how does that change first start then? Is it you start with learning, you think about how do we help our employees to learn, or is it a cultural shift? Because it's quite a big change, I think, trying to bring those two sides of skills together.
Yeah, well, you're right, it is. It's a very different way of working, and it requires a different approach from HR and from the business. So firstly, as with most change, you've got to be pretty sharp on quite what it is that you're trying to achieve. So really, where are you heading? And then there's the method that comes in behind that. So this is where, as Rachel's talked about, this is where we're building teams that are multidisciplined. We're experimenting with them, learning as they do, rather than traditional approach of learn the skill, then trial, then put into practice. So there's an agility to the way that we're training people, as well as how they're working.
So how about those, like an example of then, like how you bring those skills together? Like, as Jason says, how does that actually manifest itself in the workplace then?
So what we did is we actually invited 40 people representing various different business units. We put them together for 2 days for what we called a planning workshop. We didn't give them much of a brief beforehand, but we had sort of picked their skills to represent the areas of our business, and we had committed that they would work with us full time for the next 10 weeks.
Wow.
So it's a really big investment of time and effort. We then explained our vision, our priorities, and then asked them to plan how they would make the work happen. So it was about really bringing out the power of the team, becoming self-managing and self-directing.
So there's almost like a reciprocal part to that, right? It's not just about leadership, it's about what the teams need and how do we bring them into it as well.
It's an interesting point, because it's not just about leadership, and it's also for leaders a challenge for them to sort of surrender the more traditional sense of what leadership and authority is all about. So we need people now who are comfortable with being leaders today, team members tomorrow, and then having that fluidity within the workforce.
Right, and is that difficult to establish that in work? I mean, with leaders certainly, that might be quite shocking for them to try and establish that change in mindset.
Some of it, it comes about with a shift and a change. For some people, as you move up in your career, you actually become less of an expert. So maybe you're used to that change already.
Right.
But actually, it was also interesting for the employees themselves, because they kept looking for direction. Like, so we're going to tell me what to do, and you're like, no, we're going to keep waiting, we're going to keep helping and supporting you.
Wow.
We're not going to just leave you, but yeah, and they still do, and we're going through that journey, and actually now they're starting to say, leave us alone, we know what we're doing. But that's good.
So for those people watching this who are maybe inspired by what you're saying and they want to start making that change, HR leaders, business leaders want to bring that kind of change into their organisations, what would maybe be your top tip to just get started, to change that mindset initially in the process of work?
Well, I think it's important to make sure that, again, people understand, what really are we aiming at here. Too many change programs I think often feel directionless, and therefore it's not a great surprise that they don't turn up the value that was expected. But critically, I think the issue with digital transformation is that it tends to be focused on technology. And really what I would recommend, what we would recommend from Fujitsu and our experience, is that digital transformation, it needs to be led by people, it needs to be enabled by technology, but it needs to be connected by HR. And I think it's those principles that would be a pretty significant difference to how traditional change activity has been run.
Fantastic. And what do you think, Rachel? Is there any particular kind of small granular things that you can start doing in the workplace now to change that?
We had a really clear objective that we were trying to do, and we understood that, so we needed to change the way in which we did our product development. We knew we needed to be more inclusive of the wider organisation to bring the best brains together, and we knew we needed to inject some pace. So actually then it was the commitment to fulfill that. Taking that many people, putting them aside for that many weeks to do a piece of work in something that's unproven. You believe in it. And so that commitment was really important, and actually communicating that to everyone so they felt empowered by what we were doing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining me in HRD Live, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for watching, guys. More interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Candice Cross from Intercontinental Hotels Group. Thank you for joining me, Candice.
Thank you, welcome.
So what have you been sharing with the audiences today at the summit?
Well, my session was around mid-level leaders and what we really need to try and uplift their performance, because they are a group of people who sit in the middle of our organisations, leading the vast majority of the people in them, and yet they are being asked to both deliver our strategy but actually execute it as well. And so often they find themselves in quite stressful positions where they're drowning in email, drowning in meetings, trying to meet with all of their people because their teams are quite large, and actually that creates quite a lot of anxiety and stress, and when we're under those kind of conditions we don't make the best decisions.
So how do you remedy that then, I suppose? Because there's a certain aspect to this which is like business are kind of set in that structure, right? This is how we deliver that kind of strategy, but how do you remedy that? How do you move past it?
Well, I think there's a number of things that are happening in the industry at the moment, and just being here, you notice there's a lot of suppliers focusing on well-being. And I suppose what I'm talking about and where we're focused on IHG is where do we want to be on that spectrum of well-being at the nth degree, or if you don't perform, you're out. And actually, where on that spectrum does well-being and performance connect?
Right.
And so at IHG, we're really looking at what does well-being mean in the context of performing in role. And that was what I was talking about today.
So do you think that well-being, its current position in business, isn't strong enough? Do you think that business leaders aren't placing enough of a focus on it, generally speaking?
I think it's quite similar to the inclusion agenda in that it seems a little bit like it's on the HR's job.
Right.
It's the responsibility of that group over there, and whether it's CSR or it's HR or where does it sit. And really what we're talking about is how do we bring that into the workplace so that it's sustaining your performance in the context of the business performance. So how do we help you operate at your best? So an example is, are you a night owl or a lark?
Right, okay. So personally, I'm in bed at like 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, so
you're like 7 a.m.
So you're a lark. And we work with leaders and said, how do you structure your day to do your best work if you are at your best in the morning?
Right.
As opposed to somebody who's a night owl who comes alive at night. You might reorganise your work and reorganise the way you engage with your team based on that knowledge of your circadian rhythm. Where you perform at your best. So it's for us, we're trying to connect this. How do we look after you and link work and your performance at work to your individual needs and where you perform your best?
So it needs to be somewhat more personalised and focused on the individual to a certain extent.
I think so.
Right. So I mean, so people watching this, HR leaders, business leaders who are inspired by that message and really want to get it started, but haven't the faintest idea how. What might be a top tip from you to kind of get that sort of change going now in your organisations? How can they maybe get things off the ground?
I think there's probably a couple of things. One of them is engage your leaders in the role of well-being in increased performance. So we know that people who have better health and well-being are more engaged. More engagement leads to business results and business outcomes. And I think we need to make that link far more than it just being about me looking after you as an individual. So that's number one, engage your leaders in that message. Number two is then thinking about the 4 key hot points. So nutrition and sleep and mental well-being, and how these things interconnect with each other in work. So for example, thinking about educating your people in the role of carbohydrates just before you go into a high performance meeting, for example.
I completely
and what that
understand
can actually do to you. Not to say that you can't have it. No, it's not the role of organisations to tell you what you can and can't eat. But educate on the impact that has on you, or dehydration on the impact of your ability for cognitive capability.
Right.
So it's more of an education of well-being in the context of your work is my advice.
Fantastic. Candice, thank you so much for joining us on HRD Live. I really appreciate it.
You're
It's an
welcome.
inspiring message as well. I need to eat more pasta later in the day and less just before a meeting, I think. But thanks, guys, for watching. We'll be back very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Deborah Corey. Deborah, thank you for joining me.
Lovely to be here.
So, what have you been sharing with audiences today at the summit?
I was talking about how you can create reward and recognition strategies that are fit for the future.
Okay.
Something very important, yes?
Of course. So, how does that operate then? How can reward and strategy like that be future focused as opposed to be focused in the present?
Yeah, well, I mean, a point that I made, I probably made it 3 times just to make sure that everybody walked away knowing this, is that it all starts with strategy. In the same way that our businesses are creating strategies that are future-proof, so our products or our services will work this year and the next 3 years and 5 years, we really need to do the same thing when it comes to our reward and recognition programs and start by having that foundation of what's your strategy.
Right. So what are the challenges in the way of that then? What have you encountered? What is it that businesses really struggle with when they're trying to do that?
I think just trying to decide what a strategy is, because it was interesting. I asked the audience how many of you have a reward and recognition strategy, and they were very honest. And I have to say it was a small percentage of people.
Wow.
And I think that's probably because a lot of people don't realize the importance of it, and also they don't necessarily know where to start. So I tried to show a couple different examples to give people a little kickstart to be able to help them to do that.
Right, fantastic. So for those people who couldn't attend your session, who are watching at home right now, HR directors, business leaders, who want to enact this kind of change you're talking about, what would be maybe your top tip to start thinking about rewards strategies in that way? How should they get it going?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to focus on what makes you unique as an organization. So half of my presentation I spoke about benefits and the other half recognition. And with benefits, we always used to do the same things. So come up with a strategy and come up with programs that help you stand out. And I love sharing wild and wacky examples. So I shared a couple fun things that different companies do, and they really make a imprint on their employees and the potential employees, and help them stand out amongst all of their competitors.
Deborah, thank you so much for joining us today.
No problem.
I appreciate it. Stay tuned for some more interviews very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm now joined by Louisa Preston and Louisa Baldini from Composure Media. Thank you for joining me.
Nice to be here.
Thank you.
So for the people who aren't lucky enough to be here, what have you been sharing with the audiences at the summit?
Well, we've just come out of our session, and what we did was really share our experiences and skills from many years broadcasting on the BBC. I was a correspondent, Louisa a presenter, and how those skills can really help people become better communicators and presenters in business, because whether you're striving for leadership positions, whether you're aiming for new opportunities, or maybe coming back to work after a career break, it so often is all about confidence. And getting really good at communicating and presenting can really help your confidence and take your career to the next step.
Wow, okay. So what are those kind of skills then that you share? How do you get somebody who maybe has like so much trouble trying to address people in that way? What do you do with them? How do you shake them up?
Oh, we do lots of different things. We very much focus on your body language, how you stand, how you sit
Suddenly
in the
very
boardroom.
conscious about
Yeah,
all of a
exactly. We're all
sudden.
sitting up. But it's so important, isn't it? How confident and positive you come across.
Of course.
We also do a lot of training around the elevator pitch, and during our training sessions, we normally bring in a camera, which some people think, goodness gracious, not a camera.
Wow.
But actually, it's so important because we sometimes say to people at the beginning, right, just tell us in 30 seconds who you are and what you do in front of the camera. And they're a little bit like, oh my gosh, that's quite difficult.
Yeah.
But by the end of the training, we then film them again, and then we edit the first 30 seconds that they've done in the end, and it's like chalk and cheese.
Wow.
So they actually see the progress that they've made over the actual workshop.
It's fascinating. So what are the main kind of challenges you find that people come up against in doing this? Like when you say you're trying to develop people in that way, how is it that they initially struggle and then
Yeah,
get past it?
I think it's getting them to understand that even if they don't feel that they're extroverts or that they have a lot of confidence, there is so much that you can do to improve your confidence by working on things like the elevator pitch, like your body language. Because then to go into a networking room full of people you don't know, if you know you can do an elevator pitch really well and hold yourself really well and you have a really good handshake, that gives you confidence. If you know you can connect and engage your audience when you're doing a presentation, because your presentations are interesting and you're not sticking to a stale or staid and lackluster formula, then that gives you confidence. If you know you can communicate with impact, that gives you confidence. So it's really helping people understand that you can work on your confidence like a muscle. You can exercise that muscle and make it stronger.
Is there an element of this which is trying to kind of get into what's unique about a particular person, right? Because as you say, some people are introverts, some are extroverts. If somebody's super introverted, what is it you tap into in that person then if they're not used to speaking, but there's something in there you can get at? What is it that you're pulling out?
Well, just to say we're not psychologists. So it's really just showing them through examples from our career that you can use presentation and communication skills, and you can become more confident if you use those skills.
And everything's a performance, we mustn't forget
Of course,
that.
right.
You know, if you are lacking confidence, it's about performing. We all perform at whatever level. We used to broadcast to millions on television. It was all a performance.
I mean, I totally understand that. It's almost like a fake it till you make it kind of thing. If you start with confidence and you just show it, somehow you catch up to yourself.
But there are very much tips and techniques that you can learn to help that performance go smoothly.
I'm tempted to ask for some, and also kind of like, no, maybe
How
not
much
on
time
camera.
have you got afterwards?
Yeah, a while. Actually. So for the people who couldn't be here, as I say, what would maybe be your top tip to particularly HR directors and business leaders who want to start making that change, as you talk about, to perhaps be more confident and engaging? What would be that top tip you might give them just to get started?
Well, I think it's support and development.
Right.
Because very few people are going to really admit to their bosses or to their businesses, their companies they work for, that they're lacking confidence because it's stigmatized.
Right, of course. Yeah.
So if you offer that support and development across the board to the workforce, and especially, for example, maybe some businesses want to offer that to their female talent pipeline, then you're ensuring that all your employees are going to be more confident and they are going to perform better, and that will obviously do wonders for your business at the same time.
And we're very passionate about working with women as well. As two women who navigated a very male-dominated environment in broadcasting, we like to help women who come to us and say they really do lack confidence in those situations where they're asked a tricky question. As television reporters, we're very well placed to know how to deal with those tricky questions. So it is very important, and we're passionate about that.
Yeah, but I think the main message is to support and develop the workforce, because actually when we were coming up through broadcasting, we had very little support and development. It was either you could do it or you couldn't, you sank or you swam. And that's why we know we're so passionate about wanting to actually help people with all the things that we've learned throughout our careers.
Fantastic. An inspiring note to end on. Yeah, thank you so much, Louisa and Louisa, for joining me on HRD
Thank you.
Live. I
Thanks
really
for having
appreciate
us.
it. Stay tuned for one more interview today very soon. Hello and welcome back to HRD Live, where I'm joined by the searchologist herself, Katrina Collier. Katrina, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So what have you been sharing with the audiences today at the summit?
I have been talking about HR's role in a transparent world when it comes to recruitment and talent acquisition.
Okay.
So how the internet has opened the door up and how pretty well everything they're doing is out there on display. And how they need to basically step up and do better.
So how do they survive then, HR, in this new world? How do they step up?
I think they need to take a lot more control of stuff. So don't ignore the reviews, whether it's they're answering them or hiring managers are answering them. They need to sort out hiring manager behaviour. A lot of the time it's they haven't had training. They've been promoted up into a manager role and suddenly they're interviewing and they don't know what they're doing. So it's a case of getting more involved. They can't sort of not now because it's written on the internet. So if you treat me poorly, I'm going to go and write it somewhere where others can be warned. Oh gosh, don't go there because they don't look after people.
So what are the kind of tools then they can use, the things day to day they can start picking up to try and do this? What's the secret then?
Well, I always say just start with an internet search. So yeah,
simple as that.
Do what a job. Well, yeah, because do what a job seeker would do.
Right.
So they start at Google, HR manager jobs UK, enter, boom, up comes the list.
Right.
If they go into that blue box, especially, which is Google for Jobs, where Google kind of makes it really easy for you to search, they're going to see the reviews really easily. They can see what people think of you really easily. So go and look at all of the review sites, not just Glassdoor, all of them. Indeed, Kununu, you name it. See what the behaviour is. It's there for the world to see how you're treating your employees and how you're treating your candidates. And then it could be a case of saying to the hiring manager, what do you need?
Right.
You know, rather than, okay, we would like you to do better because people are looking at you. What do you need?
Of course.
And that's why I'd rather facilitate than train because people get to come up with their own answers.
So as the expert on this, you've written so much about it, of course. For the people who couldn't make it today, the HR leaders, the business leaders who want to get this started but haven't the faintest idea of where to begin, what would maybe be Katrina Collier's one top tip for getting started with changing this role of talent acquisition?
I mean, again, a lot of it goes back to how are you presenting yourself online because it's no longer a case of I find you, I message you, you answer. What you do is you Google me personally, then you Google the company. So it's okay, or use any of the other search engines that are out there, of course. There are many. But you know, how are you presenting yourself? So I mean, a lot of the time with hiring managers as well, they won't fill out their profiles. So the natural thing for someone in talent acquisition to go, yeah, here's Michael's profile. What do you think? And you look at it and go, I won't talk to him. Right? So I have no idea. I haven't looked at your profile. I haven't stalked you that far. But it's like, do you have a approachable profile picture? Have you put some rich media on there? Have you filled out the information? So people go, oh, there's something I want to talk to that person about. Oh, I can see what the projects they're working on. I want to be part of that. So it's like, open the door. Let people see. They're looking. What are you showing them?
Fantastic. Katrina, thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. That's it for HRD Live for 2020. Thank you so much for watching and we'll see you again next year.